It's the little bit on the that side of course. This is the days where, yeah. So maybe we can get that back. I feel yes.
Not waking up.
Which I was thinking. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah, ready. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get the meeting called to order. It is 7:03, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ms. Wilson is in charge of the honors this evening from the elementary school.
Two of my friends are joining me this afternoon. Here we go. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you this evening with a prayer for your guidance over the next several weeks during this season of transitions. We ask that you watch over our new superintendent, Ms. Eppley, as she takes on her new leadership role for the Navarro Independent School District. Please help us to shine a bright light on all of the strengths of our district so that she may better understand who we are and where we need her to lead us. During this transition, we all look to you for wisdom and clarity to help us seek to understand and to allow for grace. As our students prepare for transitions themselves in the upcoming weeks, whether they are 5 years old and walking the stage for the very first time, or whether they are seniors and making that final walk for graduation, we want to thank you for the talents and gifts that have been shared by our students this year and for the learning that has taken place in our schools. We know there are many challenges in today's world, but with your support, they'll be able to learn and grow from those challenges. We ask that you be with us in our deliberations this evening and help us to be wise in the decisions we make for the good of all those who have placed their trust and confidence in our leadership. Give us insight to lead with integrity so that our decisions may reflect what is right and good for the students of the Navarro Independent School District. Continue to remind us that all we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for your greater glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Thank you, students. I think we'll hear from the students later.
Okay. Go ahead and announce that this meeting has been duly called and that the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. Those present: Hank Dieter, Clint Scheib, Donna Gilliam, Renee Rayfeld, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gosh, and Dan Reinhardt. We are going to go into closed session first tonight so that we can take action to actually hire our new superintendent. So it is 7:06 and we will adjourn open. Go to close. Okay, it is 7:17 and we are coming back into open session. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move to hire Mandy Epley as the superintendent of Navarro ISD beginning April 24th and to approve the terms of the superintendent contract as disclosed or is discussed in closed. Second.
Okay, motion made by Clint, second by Dan. Any further conversations? If not, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0.
Wonderful. And ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Mandy Epley is, what, there she is. Welcome. I have a signed contract up here, Ms. Epley. I'll make you a copy early tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to actually go into recognitions and then we'll do public participation after that. So we'll start with K-9 classmates.
Ms. Wilson, this is going to, look at this. This is going to be fun.
All right, thank you for having us here this evening. I wanted to, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Turn me up? There we go. We just wanted to share a really special program that we have at our campus this evening. I've been working with K-9 classmates since 2012, and Mrs. Cole came to me a couple of years ago and said, this is something she really, really wanted to do. We have a couple of students here with us as well. We have Alice Anderson, and then we have McKinley Couturier. I always get her last name wrong. With us, there are a couple of students that work with our K-9 Classmates program. So I'm actually going to hand this over to Mrs. Cole, who's going to speak to us and introduce our special guest.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. First of all, thank you for allowing me to come in and share with you the program that we have going on. K-9 Classmate is a reading program. It's an intervention program that helps children that have various struggles with reading. It might be that they're just shy and they're afraid to read in front of someone, or they might need help with their fluency or comprehension and all of those wonderful skills that go into reading. And it gives these children an opportunity to read in a very non-threatening environment where they read to our friend Gander here, and they get a one-on-one session with the dog once a week for 30 minutes, and they get to work on their skills. And this is Archie Fishman, and he's gonna kind of talk to you a little bit about the program and how the funding works. And we're hoping that we can continue the program into the many years to come.
Well, good evening. Thank you all for letting us be here. Let me come up here. Y'all want to come up here with me? Come up here with me. Where I see. There we go. And these are two of the students that work with him. This is Sergeant Gander. Sergeant Gander, when we get a new dog, we let the kids pick the name. We'll give them a couple of choices, 2 or 3 choices, and they have to do the research. So they have to research the names that we give them, and then they decide on the name. This is Sergeant Gander, and Sergeant Gander was a Newfoundland. He's a Newfoundland, by the way. Newfoundland with the, I think it was the Canadian Army in World War I, and he saved the battalion. And so this is a famous dog, but he is also an honorary sergeant in the Comal County Sheriff's Office because he does a program there in the summertime. So he gets around. But K-9 Classmates started in 2007. My wife got the idea, actually. One of the teachers at another school called and said, we've got some kids that need some help, and they think, you know, that reading to a dog might be a good program. And so she went down there, And then all of a sudden, there was, I think, 26 kids working with her at Goodman Fraser, the first school. The principal there left and the nurse left, and they called her the next year and said, "Will you come to our schools?" And from there, it's grown. We've averaged adding one school every year, or at least one day every year to a school. So now we're in 17 different schools. And we like to work with the elementary school kids, and primarily first, second, and third grade, because after the third grade, it's harder to reach. But we have some fourth graders, we've had some fifth graders even in the program, but strictly elementary schools in the school system. Sergeant Gander here is 4-year-old. We use newbies. We have 6 of these that live with us, by the way. Sergeant Gander is the middle, sort of. He's 4 years old. And they all work, they're all service dogs. We insist that they pass good citizenship training. Because we have 11 other people working with us and 9 other dogs. And it's different breeds. They're not, we have some German Shepherds and so on. But what they do is, especially in the beginning, the students will come in and they're apprehensive. They've obviously got a reading issue or a confidence issue or some issue that they need to work on. And so they'll come in and the dog immediately comforts them, right? So, because they can read to the dog. There's no other students in there, nobody else. So it's the student, the dog, and the mentor. We call them best buddies. We're best buddies. And the dog immediately calms them down because they can pet these dogs, they can lay on these dogs, and so they'll read to them. And I'm just there to help them with words. If they need help with words, and you know, to keep track of what they read and how they're doing. We have the reports that for every week that they're there. The student will read for 30 minutes once a week, and we try to make it the same best buddy and the same dog for the consistency. The children really need that consistency in their life. And we'll be walking down the hall with a student and the dog sometimes, or just even with the student, and the other kids in the school know what they're doing, and they all want to go too. So, fortunately, we don't have to choose who comes to the program. We make the teachers do that. So they decide, and so that's an easy cop out for me that you have to ask a teacher. So.
Well, I would like to ask the students, could you hand the microphone to?
Absolutely.
Could you tell us your name?
Bella Jo Sanderson.
Hi, Bella. Could you tell us what you like about reading with Sergeant Gander?
It's because I love the stories that I read to him, and I love him too.
Oh, so I can see that. I'm so glad. He's just beautiful, isn't he, and sweet?
And he loves her too, by the way.
Would you pass the microphone? Can you tell us your name?
McKinley.
Hi, McKinley. We're glad you're here too. What do you like about reading with Sergeant Gander?
That he is just a very calm and sweet dog, and that he makes you feel like you are just safe.
Oh, that's lovely. That is wonderful. Girls, thank you so much for coming this evening, and thank you, Sergeant.
He appreciates the opportunity.
Thank you all.
Thank you for
Thank you.
coming.
If y'all have any questions, I left the business card for you. So John, anything, our number's on there.
Thank you so very much for doing this for our students.
We love what we do. And
Thank you.
I would like to close, if you don't mind. This was an email that I received from a parent of a student that participated with us last year. The mother says that I believe the program changed my daughter's life. My daughter was selected to participate in the program last year, in her 2nd grade year. Before K-9 classmates, she was intimidated by reading, afraid she would mess up, and pretty much had no interest in reading at all. She would get embarrassed if she couldn't sound out or read the words immediately. During the program, she developed confidence in taking her time to understand what she was reading. Now she reads daily to her little sister and encourages her to read along with her. This program not only showed her how to cope with her hard words, but it has given her a love of reading. She is excited to go to school and the public library. She reads us stories in the car and can finish a chapter book in a week.
Wow, that's a great testimony. Thank you.
Okay,
That's great.
we will move on into recognition, starting with our Campus Teachers of the Year.
Thank you, Mrs. Rayfeld, members of the board, members of the staff and the public. This evening, it is my honor to recognize the Teachers of the Year from each campus and ask you to come forward and please receive the recognition and thanks of the members of the Board of Trustees and a little token of their appreciation in the form of flowers and a little gift card for dinner out. From the elementary school, Heather Hayes. Ms. Wilson, do you have a word to say?
Of course, always.
There we go.
So this is actually Mrs. Hayes' second time as Teacher of the Year. She was also Teacher of the Year in 2017-18 in Comal ISD at Goodwin Fraser Elementary School. So this is her 14th year in education. She's taught first grade, second grade, third grade, but of course she's drawn to special education. And I just wanted to bring a couple of notes that her nominees shared with us. These are the staff members that nominated her to be Teacher of the Year. They said she has one of the toughest jobs and is always lending a helping hand when others need it. Heather is a great role model for all. She facilitates positivity and collaboration within the campus special education team. She has the utmost compassion for her students and extends immense grace to those who often need it most. She's always willing to step in when a difficult situation is happening. And this last person said, she's a boss. She's an angel, and we're lucky to have her, so congratulations.
Congratulations. Teachers. And from the intermediate school, Megan Lopez. Principal Michelle Schwartz-Losey.
All right, so Ms. Lopez has been teaching for 11 years total, but she's been at Navarro for 7 years. She's just a teacher that really loves her job, her students. She goes above and beyond what is asked of her. She steps up, takes initiative anywhere that she sees a need. Her job is very personal to her. She invests time in and out of the classroom. And one example of that is this awesome set up on the stage where her and some other teachers had wrote a grant to put on this musical that we're going to perform here on Friday. So we just are grateful for her and how amazing that she is.
This is the first time that I'm aware of that something so ambitious as a musical production at the intermediate school has happened, and I'm tickled by it. I think it's just wonderful. If you don't know the Miss Nelson is Missing story, then you must be here Friday evening. It is delightful, and I know the kids have worked very, very hard to put it on and make it happen. Teacher of the Year from the junior high, Carrie Cooper, with Principal Michelle
So with 21 years of teaching experience, Mrs. Cooper is the shining star of our campus. She exudes positivity and has a true passion for science. Students look forward to her class as they know that they will be engaging in hands-on, interactive lessons. She is new to Navarro but has embraced the Navarro way. She has built strong relationships with her students and her colleagues, and we are truly honored to have her as our teacher.
Lovely. The high school could not decide on just one. There are 2 Teachers of the Year from Navarro High School. That would be Michelle Blood and Daniel, no, not Daniel.
It's Daniel.
Daniel Myers. I was trying to say David Myers, and then I knew that was wrong. Daniel Myers. Please come and be recognized.
I'll start with Coach Blunt. 19 years of teaching. She helps to coach UIL academics. That's going to be a common theme here tonight. She coaches tennis. One of the things that was said about her for her nomination was she's an excellent mentor and helps her entire department so much. Both of these guys up here are just examples of, it's not just in the classroom, it's how we work with all the kids and get them involved in things. And that's what both of them have really done up here tonight. Like Mr. Myers, 22 years of teaching, 8 years of reserve duty for our country, UIL academics. For us fantasy like movie nerds, y'all see his room, Star Wars, Marvel comic, you name it. But he's a big reason our UIL academics has taken off this year. So we appreciate both of y'all and everything y'all have done. Y'all deserve this award very much. Thank you guys.
Yay. Thank you. That is always so delightful to get to recognize such fine examples of excellence in teaching. Thank you, Teachers of the Year, and thank you, principals.
Absolutely. So we'll move on into the girls and boys powerlifting, regional and state qualifiers.
I want to thank y'all for giving us the opportunity to recognize our excellent athletes for excelling in competition and in the classroom tonight. Coach Harvey wasn't able to make it tonight, but I'm going to turn it over to our great assistant powerlifting coach, Coach Estenville.
First and foremost, I want to thank God for the opportunity to coach these young men and women and being part of the Navarro community. It's a blessing to me. I'll go ahead and start with our girls. If y'all want to come up. Not everyone's here, but out of our 21 lifters on the girls' side, we qualified 14 for regionals. And out of those 14, 11 placed in the top 10 in the region. And out of those 11, we qualified 6 for state.
Wow.
In there, Samantha Reyes, she qualified in the 165-pound weight class regional. Helen Whitehead qualified in the 181-pound weight class. She's actually your regional champion, and she holds the school record for squat and total. Helen Lancaster, she qualified in the 198-pound weight class, heading to regionals. And then Jade Spears, she qualified in the 181-pound weight class, and she placed 6th at regionals. And
Wow.
our little one here, she's such a delight to coach. She's such a hard worker and a pleasure. She qualified for regionals in the 123-pound weight class and ended up advancing to state, placing 6th at state. And she holds squat, bench, deadlift, and total record for our school.
Oh, girls, we admire you. This is great.
I'll go ahead and bring our young man up next.
All right.
Out of our 15 young men that we have on our roster, we qualified 8 for regionals and advanced 2 to state. I'll start on the end there with freshman Evan Rodriguez. He advanced to regionals, placed 3rd at regionals. He now holds our school record for squat. Corbin Benish, another freshman. He advanced in the 132-pound weight class, placed 4th at regionals. Ashton Evans, 123-pound weight class, he advanced to regionals, placed 3rd, and then he placed 13th at state. Houston Berry, our big man here, he's also a delight to coach. I'm excited to have all 4 of them back next year. Doyle Houston, he advanced in the 308-pound weight class, and he placed 10th at regionals. ahead and turn over to Ms. Blunt for tennis. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations.
So I'm here to introduce my academic all-state, except with it being Wednesday night, that's church night, and we have track and work. So I'll just announce our award winners for THSCA. Tatum, Harvith, and Leanne both got second team all-state. Wyatt Coates was honorable mention. And then since the release of this document, we had 4 who qualified for the Texas Tennis Coaches Association All-State team. So that would be Leanne Rodriguez, Wyatt Coates, Tatum Harvith, and Reagan Blunt.
I think that's it.
Okay. And we are going to circle back to public participation. So students, you can go if you like, or you can stay, and we're gonna keep moving on with the meeting.
Thank you all for coming this evening. We are so proud of your accomplishments.
Thank you all. Okay, so we do have one person speaking tonight, which is Steve Hoch. Hopefully I didn't say that name wrong, or too bad.
No, perhaps they'll correct us.
So you have 5 minutes, and I'll give you sort of a warning when you're coming close to the end.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can everybody hear me like this? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
I'm sorry, where is the microphone? Would you use it, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Oh, it'll help for people. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is. That better?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Steve Hirsch. I'm a partner with Insgroup Insurance Agency. During the last board meeting, there were some questions brought up about who Insgroup is and our experience in the school district space, and I'd like to bring some clarity to the members of the board. Insgroup was founded in 1978 and was the largest independent insurance agency in Texas. In 2020, the leadership at Insgroup made the decision to partner with Baldwin Risk Partners. We're now a top 20 national firm. Baldwin Risk Partners provide administrative services to over 150 school districts across the country. In June of last year, my business partner, Travis Tucker, and I made the decision to move from another national firm where we focused on public entity business, specifically the K-12 public schools, to start the public entity division in Texas for Insgroup. The Insgroup San Antonio team has over 40 years of combined experience in public school space in Texas, handling benefits enrollment, communication, voluntary insurance, as well as medical plans. We've worked with districts from the Dallas-Fort Worth area down to the Rio Grande Valley, including many districts in this area, some being neighboring districts to Navarro. We take an agnostic approach to benefit enrollment platforms. We partner with enrollment platforms that best fit the districts to enroll all benefits available to the employees of the district, including TRS Active Care. Our partner firm has the highest TPA scorecard rating for transferring data to TRS Active Care through TRS enrollment system bSwift. The system that we proposed is in school districts across the state and has been used by many of the neighboring districts. All of our administrative partner firms are licensed TPAs in Texas. We provide enrollment technology, marketing materials, and staff to educate and communicate to your employees the benefits packages offered here at Navarro ISD. One of the benefits of our model is the ability for us at Insgroup to provide the best voluntary products at the best rates possible for the employees of the district. I'll say this to give the board confidence that Insgroup has the experience and resources needed to provide Navarro with the best voluntary benefit plan available to its employees. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Brenda. Okay, so moving on along, we're going to move into our discussion items, or actually, first we'll get a construction update from Mr. Bird.
Good evening. Good evening.
Interim Superintendent Carter, pleasure to address you one last time.
Mr. Byrd.
Members of the board, I didn't put a presentation together. I know y'all got a lot going on tonight, so I was going to just kind of hit quick updates. Today was a very important day in the process. It was bid day at Bartlett Cox. We received very good participation. We do not have numbers yet, but we had good coverage. So pretty much, every division, electrical, specialties, dirt, concrete, we had good multiple bids on all of them. So should make for pretty competitive. What we were seeing is that the numbers were pretty much in line with what we were doing in October. So I'm not really anticipating a huge jump in that number we were looking at in October to now. So that is extremely positive. Yesterday also, City of Seguin Council directed staff to proceed with the resolution to allow Navarro to follow the same guidelines that the Seguin ISD high school rebuild followed, which was for them to hire a third-party inspector, and then they paid the city a percentage for administrative permit review costs, things of that nature. So that should be a savings to the district in that permitting line that we have in our budget. So that also is good news moving forward. Last week, Clayco met with the city regarding the public infrastructure resubmittal. So just got clarity and direction on what they were looking for. They are on target to resubmit the public infrastructure package back to the city next week. And that will keep us in line with our original permitting schedule that we presented to you back in January, keeping us on track for what we're looking at. On the 11th, which was last Tuesday, I guess, Ms. Carter, Mr. Morales, and I met with county engineer and commissioner to discuss the Lincoln Cuber intersection, looking for partnership and collaboration there with the county on the improvements that are required there. It was a very productive meeting. I believe that there is going to be some work done together with maybe one doing design, the other doing construction, but we are also looking at some other items if that is really something that falls into the district's purview with how far away from the actual construction site it is. So that's something else we're tracking. I'm just going through calendar here, but on the 4th we had a pre-bid meeting in the intermediate cafeteria here. We did have pretty much a full house. Every table in the room was filled, and so that was obviously shown again today with the bid turnout that we had. And then on the 29th of March is when we received the comments back from the City of Seguin on that initial public infrastructure submittal. So that's really everything from the last month that has gone on. Moving forward, I'm skipping over one. We have also had multiple conversations with Mr. Bartoskowitz and the house and the driveway and the flood. So we've come to kind of a verbal that that house needs to be moved, no way around it. He has been open to that, and we're working through the details of what that looks like as far as cost and what else goes with that, and making sure that we're not violating any laws by doing additional for a private entity in order to accommodate the public needs. So we're chasing down those items as well. Moving forward, Claycomb's resubmitting next week, and then Bartlett Cox will start to go through and kind of do a scope review of the proposals they received today to narrow down that GMP. Probably in the next 2 weeks, we'll start to look at numbers with them, and then our goal is to still bring that GMP number back to the board at the May 15th meeting for approval. We have directed them to go ahead and ask subcontractors for voluntary cost savings and deductions that they may see in the plan, something simple that can help reduce costs already. Just go ahead and start getting them ready for that to make sure that we're able to move forward with what we need to do. And that is what I have for you. If y'all have any questions.
Any questions for Eric? Sounds like a good update. Thank you.
And all of this is posted on the website, and that thing is updated about weekly at this point. So if you're ever wondering what's going on, there's a lot on there, as well as some of the floor plans and budget, things of that nature. So there's a lot of transparency there for the citizens to see.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Appreciate the work that went into making that happen. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm tired of going to city council meetings with you.
Cody is here too, if y'all have any questions.
Okay, so now we will.
Don't put that in the paper.
Yeah.
Wrote it all down.
We'll move into our discussion items, starting with the first one being the parent survey results on our staggered start and stop time recommendation.
Thank you. We provided a copy of that to the board members, and we'll put a summary on the website shortly. There were a remarkable number of responses, I thought, 490. Almost 500.
494.
That's pretty remarkable for a quick survey to get that kind of response. Insofar as whether it's a good idea or a bad idea to stagger the start and stop times, the responses are fairly well split. Most of the comments are either questions or expressing some negativity in regard to the impact that the staggered start and stop times might have on the family's ability to manage their child care, their delivery of children to the campuses at different times, those kinds of concerns. So pretty much mirroring the results that you got about 5 years ago when we kind of looked at the same thing. And it's those concerns seem to maintain. It did seem to indicate that more people might be likely to put their children on a bus if children are separated by age. That is always a concern of parents of younger children putting them on a bus with the older kids, unless it's a sibling, of course, who can watch out for that child, which in this, if you start staggered start and stop times, you will remove that ability. But the little children will be, the smaller children would be on a bus by themselves, the older children by themselves. And that is seen more in a positive light than not, which is very understandable, I think. And then the bottom summary being that it's a fairly close split between those in favor and those opposed to the proposed times. There were a couple of comments about, well, why didn't we look at it the other way around with high school starting first? And we talked about that here. We didn't put that preference in the survey, I guess simply because the leadership team and I pretty much feel as though, and you know, if you want to put that out there to the families, you're most welcome to do that. But starting high school later pushes all of the school activities into a difficult timeline and would cause students to miss more school time if they're engaged in an activity and having to leave early to travel. They'd miss more classes than they even do now, and it's already a concern. So that was why we were looking at the earlier start time for high school, so they would be out early. So those are your results. They are mixed, they are split. I don't have a particular recommendation this evening. I think that you all need to talk this over a little bit more with Ms. Epley and see whether you want to drop this idea or pursue this idea as you complete the spring semester and get ready for next year. So those are my comments.
Okay. Are there questions, more information that the board members would like to see before we bring this back as an action item?
Who wrote the survey?
I framed it up and Ms. Norred and Ms. McMullen formalized it. My language wasn't so great. Were there questions that I left out or didn't frame very well? Probably.
It's kind of not the easiest to get through or kind of confusing as to times, and I don't know. I don't think it was the most user-friendly survey.
Sorry. My apologies.
Yeah.
I am not a survey writer, obviously.
I think the most feedback that I got from everyone was what you already addressed, was they were wondering why they didn't get to have input on what time the schools were starting. And
Yeah,
so I appreciate you addressing that.
My guess would be you'd see about a 50-50 split if we had put that on there. You'd probably wind up with pretty much the same.
That's kind of what I was thinking. It seemed like it was kind of going the way that you wanted it to go.
Well, as
Like
far
this-
as the start and stop times.
Well, I mean, the survey was written like that.
Oh, really? I did,
To me,
I'm
because there
sorry, it
wasn't,
came
there
across
wasn't
that
an
way,
area
very
to put
sorry.
which way would you prefer. And so, like, would you prefer the junior, like the older ones going first or the younger ones going first?
Well, as I've said, I deliberately didn't put that in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So it's
think
a
the
leadership
point of the
decision.
survey was more, this is the recommendation from Ms. Carter would be elementary and intermediate start at this time, junior high and high school start at this time. So give us your feedback on if we were to stagger it.
If we were to
what-
do it that way.
Yeah,
Like that, okay.
that was the
That was
intent
my
of the
intent.
survey.
If I
Yeah.
missed your point, I'm very sorry. I don't know, it is, I think you get about a 50-50 like you got
Either
on
way, yeah.
the overall result.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Do we know how many junior high and high school kids ride the bus? Or have we?
Offhand?
I mean,
I
can we
don't
look
think
at
I
that
can-
data?
Yeah. Oh, there's Mr. Weaver. Can you answer that question?
If we were to separate the older kids and the young kids, how many kids does that take for the junior high, high school that ride the bus on a daily basis?
I have those numbers in my office. What we basically have come up with, because of the distance of the routes, of some of our routes, with the staffing that we have now and the student numbers that we have this year so far, is what we worked with. We'd have to have 3 additional drivers. We do have 3 open positions, so if we fill those, we'd be there. Some of them are gonna be a little bit tighter. Where the main concern that we came into is after we drop off the first batch of students either way, is how much time we have between when we drop those students off to go back out, pick up the next batch and get them to school at their start at a decent time. With the younger kids, we took into consideration the breakfast that they serve for the students, so we wanted to make sure that we were getting them back there soon enough to where they could still get that breakfast meal.
Well, every child can have breakfast through high school, so
Right.
it all has to.
So just so that we had enough time, it didn't,
People have to
like we
adjust
weren't
for
dropping
that.
them off and then 5 minutes later they gotta be in class. We wanted to give them that little cushion, so we based ours on the soonest time that we could drop the students off at the school for the first run. And from between that time to when we would get the students here. Most of the routes work out, but like I said, the ones that are further out, and one of our sped routes that goes a long way, we would have to have additional drivers and additional buses to make those happen.
Well, you've ordered buses. We have, 5 buses to buy. You've ordered a couple of those already.
We've ordered 2, they'll be here in December.
Right, and I think there's, Mr. Newhall, what were we talking about the other day about buses? 2 or 3?
About 2 or 3, so I think it was 3 is what we were discussing.
Can you say approximately how many elementary and intermediate children you have riding the buses now, and how many junior high and high school students are riding the buses now?
I do have those numbers, I don't have them with me. But the program that we have lets us determine how many we have. Right now, out of the entire student population, we have 1,140 students registered to ride the bus, which is over the halfway mark. So basically, the majority of our students are gonna be intermediate and elementary students. Being that the high school, a lot of them have driver's licenses, and our junior high numbers aren't as high as the 2 primary grades, as the intermediate and elementary. So the majority of our students are gonna be in those grade levels.
The younger grade levels.
However, the numbers on the buses, it's gonna take that down. What we have right now is, we have 10 of our regular routes that we have students routed for that is over the capacity of the bus to carry. So if everybody rode, we wouldn't be able to carry. We'd have to come back and get it.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's probably.
Well, that's what I'm saying, if we did the split times, it would take that problem away. So it would allow for more space on the buses, for incoming students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did that sort of address your?
Yeah, I mean, that was a good question that people asked,
Sure.
so I
Get
would
you
like
some,
that.
we'll get you some
Yeah,
numbers.
if we could get that some numbers.
So from.
And it varies every day,
It does,
you know.
it does.
Last month's discussion item, we had requested the survey to be done, to give us that input, to see sort of what the community would think or say about the stagger times. I'd like to get some feedback on, where do we go from here? Further discussion next month. Do we want to move it to action item? What are some thoughts on what's the next steps with this?
If we were to add, the 2 buses and have full drivers, and then we were to add 3 more buses and be able to add the drivers, which I know is very difficult.
It's hard.
I would like to see what that looks like without making the change before we make the change. See what I'm saying? If we add the buses, so we add the 3 drivers to fill the buses we have empty, then we add 2 more buses that we've already ordered, correct? So that'd be 5 additional.
Well, we've got a couple of old buses too, so,
Sure.
you know, it's a constant.
Either way, I'd like to see what it looks like with a full staff and some new buses running the routes before we make the change. I'm not saying go into it, I'd like to see some type of information or a route set up, how that would work if we were running full routes. Could we split the buses up on some heavier routes and move the older kids to a different bus?
I think being able to fully staff our transportation department
That's what
is one of the
I'm
reasons
getting at.
we're even
If
addressing
we
this,
had
because
more
it's been
buses,
possible.
and I don't mean a lot, if we just had those 2, 3, 4, 5 buses more, and we had, a full staff, would we be able to say, I'm gonna use Mill Creek as an example, would be able to run a high school route and an elementary route?
I can answer.
Just at those specific places,
I think you probably could. We'll look at that very definitively for
and I
you
would think that might
see.
eliminate
Well,
that part of the problem. You know, the overcrowding and the students together
okay,
without staggering.
it doesn't change your traffic, which is why we were really looking at it.
And I'm under the impression that traffic's not gonna change. It's me
So-
because I'm looking at those high school students all coming in early for workout and everything else. I don't see the traffic change happening. That's just my opinion. I don't see the staggered times helping the traffic on Link Road at all. Just
Then
because the
Then
students
I
are
see
gonna,
no point in you pursuing it.
if we offer early, childcare, those parents are gonna come the early time to drop their kids off anyway, the same time they're coming now. That's not really eliminating the traffic, you know.
It's not going to eliminate.
Well,
It just, the idea was
alleviate, you know.
thinking it might alleviate,
Right.
but if it doesn't, then there's no reason to pursue.
I could see it helping our transportation,
It's okay.
but I couldn't see it helping our traffic. That's from my perspective.
I'm just worried that there's not a lot of time to go home and come back if you have to go between 2 campuses. And I had kids at all 3 campuses. I sat in all 3 car lines. I'm a working mom. I used to work out of town, so I get all the issues that we saw in the survey. There is no good answer. Obviously, we know we're growing. We're waiting for the new high school to be built, a new elementary to be built, and eventually we will probably have the stagger starts when we have multiple campuses off-site. That's coming, right? I'm just worried that if we do the staggering, those parents that have multiple campuses, they're just gonna go for one campus and then go clog up the other campus. I've seen it happen multiple times. I come here between 2 and 3:45 and I see cars, 15, 20 cars. 2:45, you can't even get through League Road because they're sitting there camping out, waiting at for 3:20 dismissal. Then if they do that, they're gonna go clog up the high school and the event center parking lot, because they're not gonna have enough time to go home and come back, economically, gas-wise, time-wise. So I don't know if that's gonna be a good solution, Ms. Taggart. That was just what I observed. I've talked to a lot of people. We're not gonna make everybody happy, but we're gonna have to decide if we wanna try that or not, or if we wanna just go through the growing pains of 2 more years, and then wait till the new high school and that. I do have to say that the sheriff's office at the checkpoints of the intermediate, elementary, and the new parking lot have helped greatly. They stop people, they let people out, so you know you're gonna get across at some point. You might have to wait longer in the lines, but you're gonna get out. The only thing that I worry is the high school parking lot does not have a sheriff there, so those parents and kids have to wait. So potentially adding one there might help alleviate the traffic. But this year has been great. Sheriffs get a good kudos for being out there at 7 in the morning and being there directing traffic and letting people out. And it has gone a lot smoother than in years past. So that's just my observations.
It's having those additional officers. That first morning that I drove up here on February 2nd, I was so excited to see those additional officers. It's a wonderful thing that you did to make that happen.
So I'll be the dissenting board member from this. So in many cases, I see this as an inevitability for the district that we're gonna need to move in that direction. We are growing, our campuses, especially at the lower grades, are having more and more students. For me, the traffic, as a parent, that this would affect very differently, because I would have 2 at intermediate and 1 at junior high school, so mine would definitely be split. For me personally, and for some of the folks that I've talked to, it does have to do with the bus transportation, whether or not we can handle it. And right now, we're not. And when my children come home and tell me they had to ride on the floor, that doesn't make me happy as a mom, and I don't want any other parent to have their child ride on the floor of the bus. Number one, it's not safe, and it means there's too many kids on the bus. There really shouldn't even be, in many cases, 3 seats and 3 children and 1 seat on a bus, unless they're very small children. The other concern that I have right now, and I think what Mr. Scheib said is a very important piece, is that it would be nice in certain areas if we could separate the high school and the younger students. I think that would be great in some areas, because you would be able to do that and keeping all the times at the exact same time. But you're not going to be doing that across the district, and I find that to be an extreme inequitable problem that we would be offering to some of our families, to say that, well, if you're lucky enough to live over here, your younger children get to ride on a bus with just children their own age. But if you happen to live in another section of the district, you're going to have to ride with the older children. And I do hear a lot about the older children picking on the younger kids, making fun of them, throwing things outside of the bus, all of those kind of things. That makes it difficult on your drivers to try to control that as well. So I look at the staggered times as a way to really support transportation and also to help keep the kids safe. I know that even in working here, having everybody start at one time and being able to drop everybody off at one time is a great thing. And we do have a lot of parent participation of folks that drop their children off and pick them up every day. But it doesn't matter where you are in the state of Texas, there are those parents that are gonna show up. If the school bell is gonna ring at 3:30, they're gonna be in the line at 2:15. And they're going to do that everywhere, and they'll do that here as well, which is great that we have parents that can do that. But as far as I'm concerned, I think relying upon the recommendation of the administration is really what we need to focus on. And I think that for our parents and to help them, whichever way it goes, whether we keep the times the same or whether we change them, I think deliberating on it beyond the May board meeting is a disservice to them, because that's typically when people want to know, what do we need to do to prepare for next year?
Sure.
So
Sure.
I don't think that another round of potentially just discussing and not moving to action is the best avenue for everyone. I'm not saying we need to vote on it tonight, because obviously I agree, I would like to know how many elementary, intermediate compared to high school students and whatnot do we have that ride. And I would even like to go further and say, what is the difference between who rides in the morning and who rides in the afternoon? Because I do think that we have more kiddos sometimes that ride in the afternoon that may not necessarily ride in the morning, and that can affect your traffic patterns as well.
Yeah, I would like that data too, for sure.
But that changes all the time.
It does, but you can have an average or a general idea. It does change. I mean, it changes in the morning as well.
My other concern is that if we do staggered times, if we're still looking at that, is, you know, those north of the district or in less populated areas, are you actually gonna be able to make those routes go out and get back in those times, you know, in that staggered time? Will it actually work in those, you know, less populated areas but longer routes, so to speak, as opposed to the, you know, concentrated areas of students that we have in other parts of the district? Are we gonna be able to get them back in time? And that's really my only concern, if you go staggered, is to really get, not my only concern, but one of them, is to get those buses back, you know, with the kids safely without, you know, speeding and trying to get here as fast as you can.
Mr. Dieter, that has been discussed in detail, and we recognize you cannot run two routes out almost to the district line at San Marcos and back. We're gonna have to have two buses going north and south. One to pick up the little children and another one to pick up the older children, but not the same bus driver and the same bus. It's gonna have to go twice.
Yeah, because putting in all
for
of
those
those
long
new
routes.
traffic lights have drastically changed the amount of time it takes
Yeah,
to get
you
up
can't.
and down Route 23.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You cannot do those far out, the more country routes in the way that we might do down Timmerman Road, or can't do it. So we've factored that part in.
Good.
So what I'm hearing is a little bit more information on junior high, high school breakout, how many students ride the buses.
In the morning and then in the afternoon. Actual ride, not registered. We know how many are registered. Doing the counts of riding, that's gonna change by the day, but I guess we can look for a week or two and take an average. Count for a week or two and take an average.
And then what we'll do is for May, we'll put it back on the agenda as a discussion item with an action item attached. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Discussion so that y'all can get the additional information that you've requested. I think it would also benefit us to get Ms. Epley's opinion on the recommendation as well. And then we can have it as an action item.
What other information do you want gathered? Just the number of elementary, number of intermediate, or can we lump elementary and intermediate together? And lump
I would
junior
lump
high and
those,
high
yeah, I would
school
lump those
together
together,
in those
yeah.
counts? Morning and afternoon, and give you an average ridership, correct?
And then, say, like Clint talked about earlier, some scenarios with, you know, more buses, you know, at the time that it is now, what would that do with our numbers as far as how many are on a bus that is, or we're looking to see if we can spread it. I was looking to see if we can have some scenarios where we spread out some of the overcrowded route now with just the additional buses.
Right, I think what he's talking about is what I was saying.
Oh.
Is some type of scenario with full staff and added buses where we would be ridership wise. Would it decrease overcrowding? Would it allow us
Yeah.
to separate?
The unknown there is part of what we were trying to find out. If we were separated, and would you be more likely to put your child on a bus? All we've got is a maybe yes,
Maybe.
or maybe no. Or what we have is a maybe yes or a definite no. That's what we got here. But we can guess, we can kind of, I guess, guess at numbers on the maybe yes? Can we?
And if you don't stagger them, that scenario.
Right, that would be a scenario without staggering.
No, but I mean without, where those extra buses that we would be able to figure it out, depending on how many buses we put in. If it's three more buses, then I know we can do the math, but what I was just trying to determine is, if we didn't stagger the times, and we had the buses, what are the numbers gonna come out at, so.
Again, that's going to partly depend on how many new students.
Sure.
And whether they choose to ride or not.
But from the numbers we know now.
Yeah, taking the current ridership
If you were fully staffed,
and
what do
assuming, right,
what do the bus numbers
fully
look like?
staffed
It's
and
gonna look better.
if
And the
we
additional,
had the additional buses.
And you are prepared to raise bus driver salary, correct? Significantly. Okay.
Do we have any bus monitors for those buses that are having discipline problems?
We have some.
Because I know in other schools, they have bus monitors to help with discipline so the driver can concentrate. And I know it's an additional cost, but some of the bus routes may need that, or may need surprise bus monitors.
Surprise bus monitors.
Where they show up and.
That's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
Like secret
I like
shoppers.
that. Secret shoppers.
Secret
Are you volunteering?
monitors.
Random audit.
Yeah.
Along with my other duties.
Ms.
Yeah.
Carter, I think it would be helpful too to know, just based on the scenario that Clint was talking about, in terms of if we were fully staffed and all of that, fully staffed and everything with what we know about our current riders, when we kind of get that average and know what that looks like. If that was the case, how many additional seats would potentially be available? Because I think what we're trying to do is project as well for next year. And we can get a good idea, but if you were to tell me that, I know how many seats are on a bus just because I know, but I'd kind of like to know, like, in certain areas, are we looking at still having overcrowding in certain areas due to,
Right.
because just because we have the bus doesn't necessarily mean that bus can still only fill so many kids from one side of town, even though we technically have enough seats.
That's what you.
Does that really mean we can route that bus to the right area? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no kid should sit on the floor.
No pitch.
No, I'm saying, like, if we know, because we could say,
Like, does it
if we're
free
fully
up
staffed
10
and fully
seats or
everything, that
20?
means we're gonna have every child can ride the bus and we have an additional 50 seats. If those additional 50 seats are not in an area that is about to
That's
expand
a routing
or
issue.
grow. Okay, so if you can reroute that, and so I think that would be helpful in the scenario.
How do you
too.
want me to?
No, I'm not asking you to reroute. My real question has to do with, based on those number of seats, is it, can you, I would think it would have to almost be a certain number of seats in order to really make it a rerouting in a certain area. Do you know what I mean? Like, if the buses that we know right now, if we're fully staffed and they're going to a particular area and they're already full, and just based on our population on I don't know.
What do you want
I
me to
have
do?
it figured out in my head, I just can't verbalize it very well.
Routing is a thing you do every
Right, and I'm not really talking
year
about the
as
routing
kids.
piece, I just wanna make sure that we have that whatever capacity extra we have, that we're planning enough for the potential growth that we may see, because we have our demographic study and we know, because I think that has to figure into this as well. We could have enough seats right now, and if, we meet the demographic numbers, we might be right at that number, and are we anticipating that component of it?
Well, ideally, your bus situation should be flexible enough to plan and replan as needs change. That's, I think, what you're
That is, yes,
suggesting.
and I don't feel like that it's there right now, and I don't wanna base a decision on saying that, based on the 4 that we ordered and can we get enough drivers, But that is going to be enough unless we have that flexibility within that and we know how many that is and what that looks like.
Your other option is to not provide bus transportation, which is perfectly legal in the state of Texas. I don't think you wanna do that.
No, I'm not suggesting that at all.
No.
No, we should be able to provide safe bus transportation for whoever wants to ride the bus any given day without sitting on the floor or being big kids crammed 3 in a seat. And we need to be flexible enough to provide for that. That's a management issue.
Yeah, so I think going back to why we originally looked at staggered start and stop times was 1, for the overcrowding of the buses, and 2 was the congestion on Link Road. So the additional information that we're asking for, if we were fully staffed, if we had the additional buses, would address the overcrowding of the buses, which what I'm hearing from most everyone is that if it took care of that problem, we don't think that the congestion on Link is probably going to be solved necessarily by the staggered times. So we might choose to stay as is until the new facilities get built. So really, we're just asking for the additional information to be brought back to the next board meeting so that we can see how that picture looks and we can make a decision, yes or no, at that point.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Very good recap.
Are we good, Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Okay. So we will bring it back for further discussion and an action for the May meeting. So with that, we are going to move on to the staffing for 2023 and 2024. And I would just like to say thank you to Ms. Carter for undertaking this bear of a job. As many of you know, we approve the staffing for the next year 1 time a year at this time, so it can all be built into the budget, which we will eventually approve over the next few months. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Carter to talk about the process, and we have not heard anything about it, and so before it just went to an action item, I wanted us to have an opportunity to sort of hear her rationale of some of the positions that she's going to put forth, or she has put forth to the board.
I apologize, I thought this was your discussion item, so I don't really have a presentation prepared.
So no, the discussion item is actually going to be the action item that we have listed on here. We would like to take action on it. We typically discuss before we take action. We have not talked about any of the positions that are being requested, and I felt like there would be questions regarding, let's say, the special ed positions, to where you may want to ask questions about some of the positions that are going to be up for approval. So this would be the time for anyone to ask rationale questions to Ms. Carter. I think from what I've heard, it was a big job starting with $2+ million in needs and wants, and getting it down to a manageable $1 million being added to the budget. So I just want to say thank you for that. And it also, I think, is important for us to take action tonight for the reasons why Ms. Carter stated in our Friday updates, is that it gets us out there to where we can go ahead and hire and not be behind the hiring curve to get good qualified people. So
there is a job fair scheduled for the 29th of April. We're hoping for a good turnout for that. We'll see.
I have a couple of things just for clarification of what we have on here.
Yes, sir.
The last 4 are already approved positions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And my
But they were not budgeted for because they were not presented at a time when we were planning the budget.
The second question I have is, with the expansion of, I say expansion, we're not expanding the school itself, we're adding the grade level
Yes, sir.
to intermediate. I don't see any additional administrative staff, counselors type persons. Are we looking at not adding?
That's entirely up to you. If you are willing to add that kind of support, I can guarantee you that it would be most welcome at the intermediate school. The elementary school this year is functioning at 735, Laurel, is that right?
Yes.
735 students with one assistant principal and one counselor and one principal. The intermediate school, in accordance with the projections, could go to 700 and potentially 65, I think, which is a few more than currently in the intermediate school. I did not, in that regard, then recommend adding administrative staff. The sixth grade will ultimately be moving in 2 years, be moving out of the intermediate school and going to middle school, 6, 7, and 8 at the high school, which will be great. Certainly it's going to bring stress to the intermediate school because it's new and different and little kids on campus. The one thing I did recommend, if Ms. McMullen is successful in finding, or if there's some new school funding for safety, security, and mental health in particular, are the two communities in schools people, one of which would be at elementary and one of which would be at the intermediate school. I did not put that in the regular budgeted request. I did say there, if grant funds can be identified, those people would be extraordinarily helpful, both at the elementary and at the intermediate school. If you wanted to put those into budget consideration, regardless of whether grant funding is available, I can assure you that both those schools would be very grateful for that help. I would not at this time recommend additional administrative help. You're welcome to put it in though, and I'm sure Ms. Schwartz-Losey would be welcome to have it, would be grateful to have it.
My original thought, and this is from a couple of months ago when I was talking about it, was when I was talking about possibly hiring another administrator, was one that would move along. Since we're going to eventually have to hire an administrator, I believe, a second assistant principal for the junior high.
For the middle school.
I was logically thinking in my head that person that started here would move along. We'd already have them hired and we wouldn't be. But that was just, that was my thinking. I mean, it's not a one. I was not seeing it here, I was just wanting to know rationale. That was more than anything.
Well, the rationale being the intermediate school will be slightly larger than the current elementary is. Hopefully not a lot, but you know, I guess I saw my job in trying to do this as being the squeezing the nickel till it cried. You are most welcome to add.
I do have a question about the athletics and facilities secretary.
Yes.
So currently we have a part-time athletics secretary, right? That's what.
Not that I know
Ms.
of.
Epp isn't doing that? I thought she was.
Who?
Ms. Epp?
Oh, Ms. Epp is doing that. She's not part-time.
But that's, no, her other
Oh,
was.
I'm sorry,
I was dividing the job, not the person.
I misunderstood.
And who do we currently have doing facilities then, or is that the whole new
Ms.
part
Epp.
of it? Oh.
Also counselors. That's
Okay.
the issue.
Okay.
She's retiring. She's been doing the job of 3 people. We're asking for 2 people.
Okay.
So we're just adding a second person.
Yes, sir.
Because she also does counselors and academic team, along with athletics and facilities, and a whole bunch of other stuff, because she does transcripts too.
Yes.
As well as arranging for all the gates and the money that's attached to that, the money boxes, the care of the funds.
And that's gonna fall to whoever's gonna take over this athletics facilities position. Okay.
athletics and facilities would go together, and counseling and whatever other central or high school office help in that regard. So I think it's really needed. I can't imagine trying to hire one person to do everything Ms. F does.
Yeah, I agree.
I do want to comment on one thing, because I actually really love the fact that one of the teachers that's selected on here is based on student voice from the high school. I think it says in here that the American Sign Language teacher edition is based on a request by the students.
Correct.
So I think that that is a really great thing to look at this, not just, I realize, because I worked for you long enough, Ms. Carter, to know that you squeeze every penny out of everything until it cries. But I think it's great that we have looked at that in terms of what do our students want and what do they think is really needed.
We
I think
hope
that's a good
that if
program.
you approve it, that a teacher can be found.
So, any other discussion on this? If not,
One little thing about the LSSP, I'm trying to understand offset by currently contracted services, but only 18,000 for an LSSP.
Currently, in the budget and being paid out, I think I'm close, about $38,000 has been spent to date on contracted evaluations by the end of the school year and through the summer into your next fiscal year. That will probably top $50,000 on contracted services.
Right.
If we're able to locate an LSSP for the district, then that you won't have to spend that contracted money. It will move to salary.
So
There'll still be a few, I'm sorry, there'll still may be a few
But we're
specialized
we're
ones that have to
considering
be
what we
contracted.
paid already plus the 18,000, or?
No, what you will pay, what you paid already,
Mhm.
plus what we anticipate you paying through August, plus the 18,000.
Well, 'cause that's what I was getting at. The 18,000 is the budget impact, not the total salary of the one position. That's where I was going, because man, if you can find an LSSP recruiter, we're gonna have 20 of them.
That'd be real good. Yes.
I wanna know what that person's been doing.
Go
Yeah,
find
exactly.
that angel person and bring that person here. Right. No, sir.
That now I understand. It was just clarification.
Okay, any other questions? If not, then we'll circle back to this as an action item in just a minute. Okay, so then moving on from there, we have reports.
You have your campus activity reports and departmental reports. If there are any questions, you have staff members here. No? I'll move on to my report. Okay. There are quite a number of resignations. Some of those are alternative certified people who have not been able to meet their certification requirements in the time allotted. Some of those people may be eligible to reapply if those positions aren't filled by the time they complete their work, but at this time, we have to be able to say, we're sorry, you have not completed your work in the time that you needed to, or not been able to. And so we need to start looking to be sure that we do have a certified person in that position for the next year. And then, as you see, we have others leaving, and some of those we will certainly be sorry to see go, a couple that have been here for quite a while. Got a couple of coaches who are on dual contracts in this district, still small. You really need to maintain those dual contracts, as difficult as that is, in people having to resign the entire position if they resign a part of that position. Some of the very big districts can just offer a coaching stipend in addition to the teaching contract, and then either party can depart either part of that at will. But it just doesn't work that way here because we don't have enough spots to say, well, okay, if you don't want to coach, then you can continue to teach the subject, but then we have to scramble to find an open spot that coaching could be attached to. So it gets unfortunate sometimes, but that's just kind of the way it is. So yes, you have a number of resignations in order, and this is kind of preaching toward another action item, but we'd like to slow this stream of resignations down, and you have an action item down on the agenda, which we hope, if you approve it, would help us slow that down. Stop it. Thank you. You have your enrollment. We're close to the end of the school year. You have any comments or about enrollment? You can clearly see that the major impact has been at the elementary school with well over 100 new children, more like 30 to 40 at the other campuses. And as your demographer mentioned, he anticipates seeing that same pattern prevail for the near future.
And then I just have a question for May. Could we see an attendance report in terms of what the attendance looks like?
That's not good. Yes, you may have that.
Just so that we can see what the budget assumptions were. I think you told us about a month ago. We were still looking okay from a budget standpoint.
Yes, can we call on Mr. Newhoff to comment on that?
What
you're modeling?
Well, we originally budgeted at a 95%
Mm-hmm.
attendance rate. As I've been looking going into next year, I've kind of dropped that down. As I've been beginning to look at numbers for those projections, I've dropped it down to 94% for next year, because that seems to be where we're hovering close to now. So using that, but overall, because the numbers at the moment, because of number increases and all across the board in various things with special ed, with CTE, the total dollars that we will get from TEA should come very close to what we originally budgeted.
Okay.
So we are okay on that budget, plus we will have some extra money. Interest earnings, I budgeted very low because of rates that have gone up. That's been a big plus to the budget this year, so we will have some extras on there. We will be above a little bit on a couple of line items. The only thing that actually has me a little worried is where we landed with tax collection. We should be close, but it's been a little slower than it had been in the past, but not horrible. So for last year, for this year, we should be on target to meet the original revenue budget projections, if not a little better. And next year, like I said, I'm already plotting to come down a little bit on projected attendance rates.
Okay. That was my only question, is if there was gonna be any budget implications.
Paul's got a big challenge this year. Oh, sorry. Paul has a big challenge this year. Of course, it's a legislative year, and we don't know what the legislature's doing. They're really, the House and the Senate are very far apart on how much money should go to public schools and exactly how that should be, whatever that ultimate dollar number is, exactly how that should be described and distributed, whether it's a per pupil or a specified teacher salary increase, which is lovely, except then that impacts the way you plan your budget very definitely. And we just don't really know. But as far as modeling is concerned, if Paul uses current year law, which you're basically doing right now, you are looking at modeling on 94% attendance. And what was the number we kind of agreed on for increased enrollment?
175.
175, which is lower than your demographer is suggesting. But of course, you know, that increase is not gonna all be there day one. That's gonna come every day. It's gonna be coming in. So the state, of course, funds you on attendance over time. So I think he's going to be modeling very conservatively for you to be sure that everything is covered, and then whatever good things the legislature does will hopefully just enable you to add to that. But is it fair for me to say that the staffing recommendation, as much as you think I squeeze a nickel? Yeah.
I squeeze the penny.
He squeezes a penny. But Paul had to say to me, we can do that with the staffing recommendations and with his current projections on what revenue is going to be. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be able to do the things you want to do for next year.
Anything else on any of the reports? If not, we will move to consent agenda. Well, actually, no, we've got one other third grade move to the intermediate campus. Sorry.
Yeah, at this time, we are moving forward with plans. The intermediate staff is be working hard to try to figure out particularly how to do the specials for third grade moving over. How do we do music, art, library, PE, all of those things. And that's why you have at least, you know, the one specials teacher added to intermediate on the staffing request, and up to 4 classroom teachers on that staffing request. But those, two, I don't have my list in front of me, are for 6th grade, correct? Right. And 2 are for 4th grade. 3rd grade ought to be okay with the number of teachers that are currently assigned to 3rd grade. So, you know, they're just working hard at seeing how that transition is going to look, where teachers can best be situated to accommodate grades 3, 4, 5, and 6. 6 is on a different bell schedule with pre-athletics and with band and the things that look very middle school. And then they've got to accommodate for the elementary, which they've been doing for 4th and 5th, but adding 3rd is complicated still. It complicates their lives. And so they're working on making all that happen. So we beg your patience as they do that, but not knowing what else to do with 3rd grade, I think you're moving forward with moving 3rd grade to intermediate school.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on that?
No, just thank you for all of your work on putting that information together for us and the recommendation on it.
Thank you, Sartane, appreciate it.
Okay, so now we will move on to consent agenda. Are there any questions or comments on any of the items? If not, do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that the board accept the consent agenda as provided.
Okay, motion was made by Donna, second by Hank. Any further questions? If not, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to our action items, starting with the first one, which is consider RFP 23004 for third-party administrator services.
I think that's everything we asked them to include from last month.
Thank you. Thank you for putting the ranking in.
So,
I think the process was followed from start to finish. It simply did not communicate that as you would wish. So I hope you've been provided that at this time.
so do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve INS Group to provide 23-004 third-party administrative services, section 125, administration, section 403B, 403B7, and 457 administration.
I'll second.
Okay, motion was made by Clint, second by Hank. Any further comments? Not, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. The next item on the actions is consider retention incentive.
Paul cried over this one.
Thank you, Paul, it's a great thing.
If you approve this, you will be matching Seguin ISD's. Did San Marcos enact something similar?
Not this year, or we haven't heard.
Judson? How much?
Depending on your position, it was paid out in December. Teachers and all staff were given $1,000 mid-year. There were other staff members that received $1,000 in the fall and $1,000 in the spring for certain positions.
Nice.
For last year, or this current year, we got 15 in October and 15 in April. We get 1,500. So 3,000 total.
Wow.
This coming year, or this current year. I don't know for next year.
The recommendation for next year, which is what this would be, the recommendation for next year is looking at $1,000 in the fall, $1,000 in the spring for all staff members. And if you are a star teacher or a teacher in a classroom, it is an additional $500, I believe, each semester.
That's
the
nice.
incentive thing is a popular thing, and
it is
in schools right now, trying to just retain teachers and staff members just, everywhere.
Yeah, it's a statement of appreciation and a hope that you'll stay. That's, yeah. I did want to at least match Seguin.
I make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve a one-time retention incentive payment for employees who completed the instructional 22-23 school year and who have faithfully returned to work for the 23-24 school year.
I'll second.
All right. Motion made by Lacey, second by Melissa. Any further comments? Okay, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
That's great. Next action item, consider staffing recommendations for 2023, 2024. If we don't have any further discussion, do I hear a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve new positions for the 2023-2024 school year as presented.
Second that. Okay, motion was made by Hank, second by Donna. Further discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Next item is approval of interlocal agreement for participation in Region 16 ESC statewide purchasing program, TextFi.
This is presented at this time of year because the technology and business department were able to get the best price on the Chromebooks, which is your next action item, by joining this particular co-op. And there's no charge for this co-op.
Any questions, discussion? If not, do I hear a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve membership and participation in the Region 16 ESC statewide cooperative purchasing program, TextFi, with the adoption of the attached resolution.
Second.
Motion was made by Dan, second by Clint. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Final action item is consider purchase of Chromebooks.
Is this in line with our technology plan? Because that's up next year.
The 5-year technology plan is underway. The technology department is working very hard to carefully examine every piece of equipment you currently own, get that all cataloged, make sure the inventory is correct, check the condition of it, the age of it, all of those things. The 5-year plan that existed a couple of years ago kind of was not followed the last couple of years, and so they're rebuilding it. But this is part of what we call the freshman refresh, where the freshmen get a new Chromebook, and they need summertime to get those books ready for distribution. You'll probably be asked for a pretty sizable chunk in next year's budget in order to try to catch up, and then they will have a plan showing how the remainder of the years spread out for replacement along with other equipment. The Chromebooks is part of that.
I have a question. I guess this is on. So I know the white glove service to onboard because that helps the team out a lot. My question is whether or not the price, and I know how the pricing goes, but is there any accidental damage protection in this? Any extended warranty in this? And if not, I would
encourage
the district to buy with the package the accidental damage so that you have replacements that can be sent off. I don't know, I know that the district is, planning to rebuild the staff back, but even back in the day, you still need to be able to repair those, and kids are gonna drop them, they're gonna put their earphones in them and go, oh, I'm gonna store them here, and things like that, and all of those pieces shipped off the Brittany new one and all that. So I didn't know if the cost of these being what they are, because it looks like they're coming out to be about $320 a piece, if that included that accidental damage, or what type of warranty besides the manufacturer warranty are included with that.
It would just be the manufacturer warranty. We felt that the pricing we got on the insurance, the accidental damage, was more than what the numbers shown of the accidents that we've had this last year, and that we could repair those in-house faster and cheaper than we would spending that money.
So they plan to have enough spares to hand a child another book right then, correct?
Yes.
Repair the other
as long
one
as there's
and
a
have it ready
plan
to
for
go.
repairing them, that's fine, because that can get fairly costly as well. So that was my only question.
They want to try it this way and see how it goes.
Any other questions? If not, do I hear a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the purchase of 265 new Lenovo Chromebook laptops for students from CDWG Government LLC, Region 16 ESC Statewide Cooperative Purchasing Program, text by vendor, in the amount of $84,535.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Lacey, second by Hank. Any other questions? If not, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, so now we are gonna go into closed session again pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to discuss the duties of the interim superintendent, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to discuss probationary and term contracts for teachers, nurses, counselors, librarians, and other professional personnel, and pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072 to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Any related action will be taken in open session. It is 8:50 and we will adjourn open.
Ms. Epling? Well, almost everybody went
Oh,
home.
that feels like.
She's actually done hers.
We did.
I guess I'll probably.
Yeah.
Well, what happened?
And did you write up all the fun stuff?
I know it. They're like, they're gonna be forever.
The retention?
In a good way. In a good way.
There are no motions.
Pictures,
There are no
well,
motions.
no actual words and
Oh,
things.
good, okay. That's good.
Took care of that.
And I've actually remembered to turn the recorder on and off every single time. That's not happened occasionally. Okay, so we are back in open session at 9:37. We do not have any action, so we will, oh, we do?
Yeah, we got one,
Oh,
yeah, I got one motion.
I just asked. Okay,
I was wondering,
sorry about that.
yeah.
So do I hear a motion?
Yes. I move that the board approve the superintendent recommendations for probationary and term contracts for teachers, nurses, librarians, and other professional personnel as presented and discussed in closed session.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Hank, second by Clint. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. And with that, we will adjourn at 9:38.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Have a
you.
good rest of your evening. And let me know all the good things that happen at Navarro ISD.